All right, how are we doing, guys? How's it going? How's it going? Going? Can you guys hear me? Is everything working? Are we all here? Give me something in chat. Let me know that you guys are alive. Oh man, starving. Let's flip over. There we are. There we are. All right. Why is chat not working? Is that weird? Why is that not? Did I do something? Huh. Fresh, maybe? Maybe I'm not signed in. Hold on. Let's check on that real quick. Check on why my Streamlabs is not. Very loud. That's very loud. Okay. Chat box. Let's try this now. Try this. There we go. Okay. It just wasn't loaded properly. Going good. It's all right. I can't complain. You know, I just got a new phone. So I'm just now sort of uploading everything onto my phone. And then that's pretty much it. I don't know. The only other thing is yesterday I did a lot of work on the little stream game here, which I'll do a refresh on that. If you guys didn't see, I put a bunch of work in. Most of that will be sort of stuff that's kind of behind the scenes a little bit, but I added more loot. So now there's weapons and armors in the game, and then I set it up so that they all have proper equip slots and everything like that. So a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. I have more plans. There's definitely more stuff that I will be doing with it. Just haven't really gotten around to it yet. I don't know, like, I will say, and this is kind of on me, I guess, but I was okay, where were we painting? That'll do. That layer will do. So I was working on it the other day, or actually, so I didn't have access to my coding IDE for a couple days, and I did, I had to stream, and I feel like this is a stupid thing to like go into, because like, it was even, doesn't matter to anyone, but sometimes I feel the same way about working on this game as I feel about streaming sometimes, which is essentially what's it called? I gotta figure out all my layers here. That it's a fun project. I like the act of doing it, but a lot of times it does definitely feel like that like it's not really like no one really cares that much. Like it's something that I am definitely putting work into for no one except myself, if that makes sense. Not that I particularly am plussed about it. Like I totally get that it's like that's just how life is, that's how it's gonna be. You put work into stuff, and people aren't really inherently gonna care, but I don't know, like there definitely is a feeling sometimes of like I do a little bit wish that people were into it. I can't make them be, but you know which I guess is probably a thing that I suppose everyone who's like out there developing an indie game or whatever, like I'm sure they feel the exact same way. They're like, oh, I put a ton of effort into this. Like I really wish people would reciprocate that, like they would get as excited about it as I am. So fair enough on that part, I suppose. But other than that, I'm gonna keep chugging along, and I'm gonna keep working on it, keep doing stuff with it, even if no one is actually interested. I think like honestly, I think that's something that I like. It's something that I kind of have never quite understood, and it goes along with the what's the word for it? Uh, just slipped my mind. Um, it goes along with the fact that I just like I, the concept of like what engages people when it comes to streaming is so beyond me, because like I'm not very talkative, but I do try my best, to be somewhat so, as much as I can sort of muster. Um, and it's like, it just doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't go anywhere. It is very much just like talking to my tablet, which is whatever, but and it's fine because that's just the dynamic. But then I go into other people's streams, and like they won't even be like they're not even doing the same thing, and like they're just locked in working, and somehow their chat is like 50 people just going ham talking, and so there's a huge disconnect for me about like what creates those situations or that dynamic, and I don't know what it is, and I've always been interested in it, like in figuring it out, but I never have. And so I think there for sure is a disconnect between what I think will engage people and what actually will, because in my head, at least, I need a tissue. In my head, at least, it sort of it follows one after the other, that like, oh, people might want to do something, but they don't really have anything to interact with. So if you give them something, to engage with that you don't, then they'll just do that. But it doesn't really seem to work like that. And so I don't know, I'm kind of left not knowing, not really having an answer. Which, whatever. We'll keep trying, right? Gotta keep trying. Some more. you guys are doing well. You guys are having a nice week so far. I need a tissue. I'll be right back. Man, it's really quiet today, isn't it? Really quiet today. Ow. Oh, I got a headache. I just stretched. All of a sudden, my, like, feels like I got punched in the head. Oh boy. You know, we got, we had, or I talk about it pretty often, I think. Um, and we had a pretty big raid, the other day from, my friend Blank brought a ton of people over. And I talked about the little stream game that is running. You know, I talked about it, tried to hype it up. Been talking about it in Discord, whatnot. And I am coming to, like, I think, am I guess what I'm trying to understand, am I just like crazy, or do you guys just have absolutely no interest? Like, it's just, is it just not is it just a completely wasted effort that people just have no interest in? Like, it's one of those things that only I think is cool. Because I mean, if it is, it's like whatever, but it does, it kind of does suck a little bit if it's like I'm the only one here who thinks it's, you know, who thinks it's neat. Because I want to make something that people actually find worth, enjoyable, worth touching, worth engaging with. Don't worry about it. It's not that important. It's not that important. I'm just I'm just lamenting the fact that no one seems to be interested in the stuff that I build for stream. You know, because it's like, I think it's neat, I think it's cool, but apparently it doesn't interest anyone else, which is like, okay, well, then I guess I'm just developing it for no one. Because what, you mean the RPG, the little game thing? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I did. I've literally been working on it for like the last month. It's been one of my off-stream projects for like about a month now. I literally have a whole Discord channel dedicated to it. I'm convinced that no one actually watches this channel. Like, it's like when I interact with people, it's a lot like when you post something on Twitch and not Twitch, on Twitter, and like the only people who reply to your tweets are just like bot accounts. Like I'm pretty sure that's just what Twitch is right now. It's just me and like maybe a half a dozen bots, and that's it. Why am I getting alerts here, but not here? I don't even know. What alert am I even getting? I don't fucking know. Oh well. Oh well. You don't need to look in any channel in Discord. I don't if you're asking about the game that's on stream, the only thing that's on Discord is just me. Like the channel is just there for me to do some updates about it and essentially like show that I'm working on it. But the actual game runs entirely on Twitch. Like you don't have to do anything. It's just here. It's on Twitch. It runs through the like it runs through chat, and then I believe right now people have to be whitelisted in order to actually use the inventory extension. But other than that, everything else happens on like here on Twitch. Oh. if your question is how do you actually interact with it, all you have to do is just go to the channel points box, and then scroll down until you see the orange one, and then just press that, and it'll tell you what to do. There you go. You're set up. Though you won't be able to. So I don't think you're able to use the thing here. Let me. Extensions, manage. No, that's the wrong page. No. How do we get to my fucking thing? There we are. Dev console. That's right. Access. Allow list. This is testing allow list. Paradox module, right? Yeah. There. Okay. So, if you refresh the stream page, you should down below the stream page see a like an extension. Like if you scroll down beneath the stream page, you should see a little thing where all the panels and stuff are, and it should have your character and all your character information and stuff there. Let me check. Hold on. Here. Users. Okay, I see you in the thing. So you don't wait. So you don't see anything beneath, like, because there should be here. I'll show you. What you should see is this. Like this is what you should see right here. If you don't try it, like either. So there are two ways that you can do what's called a hard refresh. One is just Control Shift R on your browser. The other is if you hit F12 to open up your the console, like, or the window, then you can right click the refresh button and go to like clear cache and refresh. Both of those should work in some capacity. But if you are for sure not seeing anything, not even the window, then what you should do is the only way I can particularly help is if you take a screenshot of what you do see along with the console. Otherwise, I can't really do much for you. Little late on the delay there. You guys on like an hour stream delay? Is that what's going on? I say something and then people hear about it an hour later. Did I set my stream delay to that much? The answer is that as you can see here on screen, as you can see, wrong brush. As you see right here on screen, there are a bunch of characters that are kind of milling around. Think of it as like a stream avatars thing, where if you do your thing, you can register a character, and you get a little character here, and then you can spend your channel points to play the little game that I built, which is I don't know how to explain it. You gotta hit the button. Go to the channel points thing, hit the button, you'll see. It's easier for me to just sort of let you experience it yourself than to try and explain it. I'm still confused as to why as to why the extension isn't actually showing up for people. But I mean, it should be, right? You can't you can't join the adventure with yourself. That's not how that works. You actually I have to I don't even that might be something I need to fix. Okay, that is something I need to fix. I didn't know that that was possible. That should definitely not be possible. Also, why are they walking? What? That's not supposed to happen. I gotta see. That's a thing I'm gonna have to fix. They shouldn't be doing that. Okay, they go back to idle there. Weird. Huh. Looks like my combat script flipped the idle and the walking animations. I don't know why. I'll have to look into that. So if it's not capitalized, that's because it's pulling the name from the database. Because the database names aren't capitalized. But your Twitch allows you to have capitalization in your sort of forward-facing name. Realistically, you shouldn't actually be able to start to do a thing like join an adventure with yourself. So that's something that has to be fixed. Which I assumed I assume that wouldn't be possible because it does it by ID, but I don't know. I'll have to look into it. Yeah, there are no chat commands. There's no chat commands that are it's entirely an idle game, as in the whole point is that there's nothing that you actually interact with specifically via the while it's going on. There might be in the future, but right now there is. So right now, what is basically the loop is that you start a character, you make a character, you use your channel points to trigger an adventure, and then either you go if other people do the exclamation point join, up to 4 people can go on an adventure at the same time. Your characters just go and they fight enemies. And so what's gonna happen is you're gonna fight 10 rounds of goblins, and then you fight a boss, and then it's gonna switch to a different color of goblin. And I did that only because it helps me pad out the amount of content in the game, so it doesn't it's not over very quickly. So you fight 10 green goblins, and then a boss, and then you fight 10 red goblins and a boss, and then you fight 10 blue goblins and a boss. Every time you fight a boss, they're bigger and they have more HP, what'll happen is the boss will drop some loot, and then for every person that's in the party, and you'll see this in a couple fights. For every person that's in the party, you will get a chance to roll on the loot. And then so here's a boss. You guys should be able to beat him because it's the first one. But and I say you guys, but it's literally just you and you. But you get experience for killing stuff. Your character does level up. So what's gonna happen now is when you kill this, it should trigger a loot drop. There you go. A loot drop happened. You guys rolled D100s, and then it goes to the winner. And then that's it. And then if you can get the extension working, which is down below the stream, so you have to like hard refresh the window and look down below the stream, you should see your the character window, and it has all your character stuff there and your inventory and like with all the loot that you've gotten and all that stuff. And then you can just equip the items that you got. Weapons will give you more damage, armors will give you more HP. So it says you guys leveled up, but it didn't do the HP refill, which I think I may have to fix. Did you do a hard refresh or did you do just a refresh? Control Shift R is what you want to do if you want to do a hard refresh. So what's going to happen is I think one of your characters is going to die. If one of them dies and the other one keeps going, that will be really interesting. That's a thing that I've got to fix. But you should see both of the characters will eventually die here. And that'll be the end of the adventure. It looks like one of them's dead, but he's not getting properly removed, which is interesting. I gotta fix that. Okay. And now it should go back to the camp there, but for some reason it's not removing the enemies. I gotta fix that. So we'll just do a refresh there. But yeah, if you guys don't see, like, I don't understand why you would not be seeing the extension. It worked for Sorrow, said it showed up for him. Oh, you know what? I know why. Here, do me a favor, refresh it now. Try refreshing the page now. I think I may not have pushed the whitelist save. So try refreshing the page now and tell me if it comes up. Okay, so you should get a little window there, and the window will just prompt you to it will prompt you to give access to your Twitch ID. Either that or it'll say like this is an unverified extension. You just have to accept both of those, whichever it says. Uh, what? I don't know what that means. Well, my extension is set as one of my page panels, so it's automatically positioned. I don't know what else would be in its place. But whatever. Interesting. So it is blocked, but not initially. I have to check why that is. Well, you got loot, but you didn't equip it, so you don't actually have. You're not getting any damage bonus. Which is like, I mean, okay. Well, so right now, all and every class can use every type of armor and every weapon. That won't be the case in the future. But I just haven't gotten that far in sort of setting up that specific system yet. But I will. Unfortunately, the problem with this whole game is that I'm very limited in what I have the ability to do right now. Because surprisingly, the thing that limits me the most for what I want to do is the fact that I don't like there just isn't a lot of like sprite packs out there. Like, so I kind of bought and am using just some generic sprites that I got off a resource, a game dev resource website. But there's very limited like I'm using some of the very limited types that I have access to, and I don't really have more. You know, yeah, you can't. You're not gonna be able to. You're not gonna be able to do a thing that you can't have two going at the same time. It doesn't work like that. You can't join while it's already going. Like I'm pretty sure it's not gonna do anything. Yeah, see, it's just not gonna do anything. I mean, if you're having issues, put them in Discord, and then like in the Discord channel. And if there's something that I can do about them, I will. Can't do. I mean, I will endeavor to fix them when I have time, but. Yeah, no, I said put it in the channel. Put it in the RPG channel in Discord, man. So I can actually reference it. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with that. I don't know what's up with that. No idea. To be fair, I think the panel, the way it is right now, is temporary. What's actually gonna happen is, what I really want to have is I want to have the inventory stuff be handled in what's called a video component, which is a thing that is like an overlay on top of the Twitch stream. I actually built both, like both of them work. It's just that I don't presently, like, you can't actually enable both at the same, like, one extension to be both of them at the same time. So either I have to pick one or the other, or I have to make a second extension that handles the other thing. So why is your stream only available in 4? I don't think it is. Is it? Really? It's not for me. It's yeah, mine's available in 720, which is what I'm streaming in. Yeah, dude. I swear you guys don't actually I swear people don't actually read what's happening in front of them. Why? Okay, so oh, I see what's happening. Okay, so they're actually, for some reason it's actually doing the walk back instead of the, that's interesting. Okay, I gotta fix that. Yeah, so what happens is there's a couple systems that are going on. If you start an adventure solo, then you only fight one enemy at a time. But if you start an adventure with other people, then what'll happen is it will sort of do multiple, and like, so 2 people in a party, it gives you 2 enemies. 3 people in a party, it gives you 3 enemies. 4 people in a party, it gives you 3 enemies. But also it scales the enemy HP as well. And the reason for that is because if it wasn't like that, then essentially you would, like, more people playing would just mean you just kind of like fly through every fight, and it wouldn't really, like, you wouldn't really, there would be no actual challenge. Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of things that I had to think through, or that I had to kind of figure out when putting this together. Everyone attacks the first enemy target, but enemies target party members randomly. And I did that specifically so that hold on, I'm gonna snooze my ad here. I did that specifically so that people could, like, if you um like, it wasn't just a system where it's like, okay, well, if the enemies didn't target the players randomly, then it would mean that the first person in line would always die every time. That's fine. It's in, I mean, it's still in very early testing, so. Okay, that's interesting. I'll have to see why it's doing that. I actually wonder why. I don't know why it's doing that. Huh. You know what? My guess is, oh yeah, I feel like I know why. I feel like I know why it's doing that. Um, it's most likely doing that because what's supposed to happen is that it's supposed to have the sort of idle animation sprite sheet there, but I believe that certain characters may have like different dimensions sprite sheets, with either like more or less frames, and if the dimensions are wrong, then it's probably not centered properly. That's fine. I'll have to take that data and use it to make adjustments. Again, bear in mind, this is just a little hobby project that I'm doing on the side. Uh, that I'm not a programmer. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just figuring it all out as I go. Every part of this is just trial and error. And also, no, but by all means, um uh like, please do complain about it, because I would rather people I'd rather people complain, but at least use it, than people just be like, no, this doesn't interest me at all. Interesting. There was a loot drop, but I didn't. It didn't stay on screen. That's weird. Huh. That's very weird. You know that it's actually easier if you don't do it with two people, right? Also, I think I did this back. Yes, I did. But yeah, I'm not really sure what is causing the visual bug where enemies aren't properly removed from the screen. That's been an issue for a little while, and I don't know what caused it. I gotta. That's one of the next things on my fucking to-do list. Okay, why? 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 That's why. I knew it. I fucking knew it. No, it's not you. So, it's a visual bug that has to do that is I don't like for some reason when the party is killed, it doesn't always wipe the enemies off screen, and that's just something that's a combat thing that I have to test, or I'm not test, I have to fix. God, it's rich. And I am so hungry. I'm gonna be right back. I want to see if I can grab a fucking um like an egg roll or something. I'll be right back. Yeah, you guys kind of are. Made it to 5 on your Twitch recap. Well, I don't know if is that a good thing? Or is that like top 5 most hated streamers? I don't know. What's the metric here? Top 5 people who I'm sick of their shit. I'm sick of their shit. No, I haven't seen that. But I don't watch anyone on Twitch. Like I literally don't use my Twitch account to like do anything other than stream. So all right, look, if you're out here being like, nah, he's cool, I tolerate him. I don't know, man. That says more about you than it does about me, I think. Like how that don't speak too highly of your judgment. I appreciate it, which is weird, you know, because if you ask me, all right, if you were to ask me, hey, Askren, how many people do you think are like out here watching your stream? I'd be like, oh, well, if we're going by the numbers, 0. Because man, my metrics are in the toilet. Also, my music. No, didn't. But like my stream metrics are like, I don't even know. You'd think that I don't even tell anyone I go live. It's very weird. I mean, Twitch is like Twitch is very how do I say this? They're very like really against having accurate metrics, right? Because I can look in the user list and I can see exactly who's quote unquote active in the stream, but I get messages all the time from people, like from friends and stuff. I get messages from people all the time saying that they lurk in the stream, or you know they're lurking all the time or whatever, you know. They pop in and you wouldn't even know it. Like they're never gonna show up in the user list or anything like that, because that's just how Twitch is. Yeah, so Twitch is very restrictive over how they count viewers. In order to be counted in the viewer list, you have to have the tab focused, and you have to have interacted with it in some way. so that means like even if you're technically like watching the stream, like you're listening to it or it's on another tab or whatever, Twitch doesn't count you as a viewer, and they don't report you in the user list. Why is your pack and I don't receive any loot? I mean, have you actually won any loot? Yeah, so loot only happens loot happens every time you kill a boss, or or sometimes very rarely. It's like a 2% chance per encounter that you'll get a loot drop. So loot is actually it only happens once every boss fight, or 2% chance per encounter. And then if there's multiple people in the party with you, then you both have to roll against each other for the loot. So if you don't win, then you don't win. He can't heal you, but that's also because you don't have a character. You're not actually in the party. So, yeah, channel points are stupid. Who cares about channel points? Like, that's. But yeah, no, look, the thing is, right, here's you said encourage people to send a message. Bro, my whole thing on Twitch is I'm literally just trying to find ways to encourage people to like get involved, right? Like to say something in chat. I fight to try and get people to just say hello or whatever in chat, just so they count, or just so there's something going on, which is literally, by the way, why I developed this whole game. Also, I don't know why it's, let me fix that. That's literally why I built this entire game that's here, is because I wanted to give people something that they could actively engage with, while I'm here just working and trying to like focus and maybe don't really have anything to chat about. Yes, I built this whole thing from scratch. I can show you if you guys are interested. I'll show you how it works. By the way, here, hold on. All right, so here is this is the back end right here. This is the actual bot script, and you can see that I don't know why it's reporting chat in here. That's actually, I didn't know that's that, but this is where all the stuff happens. This is the extension with like the inventory and stuff like that, which, by the way, right now this just sends a ping to my computer every like two times every second. It's like 2 times every 5 seconds to update the inventory and the status, but I have to fix that, so it only updates on certain things. And so but this is the API server. This is the database with all the people in it. I said this before. I only have access to very limited amounts of character sprites, and I don't have the time or the skill to make my own sprite sheets because I'm not a pixel artist. So I've got like that's one of unfortunately the limiting factors is I only have access to what I have access to. I'd love to hire people to make more character sprites, but I just can't afford it. So it is what it is. We have what we have. This is by the way, if you want to see these, so these are the monsters that I've currently uploaded. Because every monster, and in fact you can see this for oh, I didn't migrate that tab. Every monster has it has 4 animations. So characters need them too, by the way. You need an idle animation, a walk animation, an attack animation, and a death animation. So these are the ones that I have. I have more sprites, but I haven't uploaded them yet. And then this is my testing tab where I can sort of do test adventures with these test accounts. I can also force a loot drop. So like I can make it so that the next enemy has a guaranteed loot drop. Like here, watch. Next enemy drops loot. So this enemy here should drop loot. There you go. Leather boots. Who's gonna win the leather boots? It is Paradox. Paradox wins some leather boots. Look at that. Nope. Sorry, you lost. Paradox gets his leather boots. And then I can also, so I can give people a loot package. So anyone who has an account, I can just give like a set of armors and stuff. This is, by the way, this is all the items in the game. This is all the items that I have uploaded right now. And I don't think this is anything. And then let's see. So this is the code. By the way, this is all the code and stuff. Not that it matters, but this is just what runs the system currently. And then this is all the stuff that is up on my website. That's the extension. So yeah, that's it. Just a project that I've been working on. I'd be willing to collab. I mean, you're welcome to drop a message in the channel in Discord, if you want to sort of offer some way to contribute. Like I said, right now it's just I'm the only one doing it. I'm just using sprites and icons and stuff that I have bought. I don't really have access to a ton of stuff, but I'm doing what I can. I don't even know what this is. I actually don't know what that is. Hold on, wait. What is that? What is that? Oh, interesting. I don't even remember what this Discord server is. Weird. Fucking weird. Need to buy Nitro. There's no, wait, hold on. There's no way you're in that many servers and active in all of. Like, I don't buy that for a fucking second. I don't buy that for a fucking second. Bro, I join Discord servers sometimes for the if they're related to something I'm doing at the moment. I play if I'm playing like a mod pack for a video game like Morrowind or something, I might join the server, or like just some other thing that I happen to be doing at the time. I'll join the server, but that's only to like get information. Like I'm not active in any of them. Like I don't fucking I'm not even active in my own Discord server. Like I literally have a Discord server for this community, and I'm not even active in it because that's how unsocial I am. I have like I have nothing to contribute. Well, I mean, honestly, possible. Well, then what you should totally do is you should totally drop one of those servers and then join this Discord, join this community's Discord server, and then because I here's the thing, right? I tell people all the time that I'm not very like I'm just not very outgoing. I'm just like even on stream I don't really have a lot to say. Like I will maybe I'll like run out of anything to say like 10 minutes into the stream, if that. Which is why it tends to just be many hours of awkward silence. But what's it called? I kind of joke all the time that like people should join the Discord. It's not active now, but eventually someone will you know someone will join, and then they'll be like the kind of person who spams memes or whatever, and they'll just get everyone else up and chatting, and then it'll be popping. It's obviously that's not how it works. I'm well aware. Get fucked. Oh, get fucked, Paradox. Get fucked. No loot for you. No loot for you. Mods, time him out. Mods, deny his ban appeal. Okay. I don't even honestly I don't even have mods, so No. The only time Paradox Moose is ever here is if someone raids him into here. Have a good one. Take care. Have a good one. Passive tree. Honestly, okay. I think it would be really funny. So here's the thing. I could probably totally make a passive tree, like a PoE style passive tree, and it probably wouldn't be that difficult. And I just think it would be really funny to like make one, like to build it and have it be part of the extension, but have it not do anything. Just like, no, it doesn't do anything. It's just there for no reason. That would be really funny. I kind of want to do that. I don't even know, honestly. I don't even think I'd give them like, I might not even give them actual like values. I might just make it like they would just be like blank. They'd just be like blank orbs that you could put in. And I think it would be really funny if like this joke would not work unless there were like a lot of people who were actually regularly in stream and using the game. But I think it'd be really funny if people like went out of their way to if we made a passive tree to make and share, quote unquote builds, but none of them did any. So it's like, but it looks like it does, and so it convinces people it does. I think that'd be funny. Passive aggressive. True. I appreciate your commitment. It'll, I suppose it'll be funny when you're the only one who's actually gotten past, like, the first group of enemies. Actually, I don't know why. I do have to check. It was supposed to start you over from. It is supposed to start you over from the last boss you killed. But I don't know why it's not. So, that's a. Let me make some notes about that. Let me notepad this. Okay. Let's notepad this so I remember what's actually what I actually want to work on. Okay. 1. Enemies stay on screen after party dies. 2. User can join their own party. Multiple adventures can be triggered at the same time. So only one display. 4. Night stuck in walk back animation during attack during combat. Idle during walking. Let's see. What else? Oh, sometimes disappears before awarding. What else? Oh yeah. Adventure does not start at triggering users last boss. Here. All right. anything else comes up, let me know, and then I'll add it to my list. We'll add it to my list. That is something that I thought about, but I don't have a good solution for. Because it, unfortunately, unfortunately, the system that I have, doesn't really it doesn't really allow for a lot of like direct player engagement, and so and that's by design, right? Like I don't want, or I didn't want people to like be spamming the chat with like chat commands and stuff like that, just to do all kinds of stuff. That was my, like, originally I had actually planned this to be not a graphical thing, but it was meant to be a text adventure. Like it was supposed to be like a text-based RPG thing that you could play in chat. But I realized that what would happen is it would cause too much chat spam, and then we'd have this thing where people are just like chat is just constantly being spammed with stuff that isn't chat, if that makes sense. And so if anyone came into the stream, they would have a hard time sort of differentiating like what is actual conversation and what is just noise. And so I leaned away from doing that, and so the problem then becomes that like I also don't want to, like, I don't want the game system itself to be super complex, right? To the point where like it's just getting bogged down with mechanics and complexities that just adds stuff that can break, that doesn't really add anything, right? And so one might say like, okay, well, what do you, if let's say you want to dispose of items that you've won, well, what do you dispose them into? Either are you going to just dispose them, like are you just going to throw them out, or are you like any person who's played a video game before would be like, oh well, that's easy. You either like disassemble them into some sort of materials that you can then use for like crafting or something, or you you disassemble them into gold, right? But it's like, but I don't need either of those things, because what am I going to do with either of those systems, right? Like I don't have a method by which like I'm serving players the ability to like buy items, right, with like any kind of in-game currency, because I don't know how I'd even do that. I mean, not that I don't know how to, I don't know how I do that in a way that makes any sense. And so I don't want to add just useless stats like gold or something to the game, because I don't necessarily want that to be like, I don't know. It's you can buy loot boxes. Yes. So here's the thing. Okay. If I'm let me be real with you for a second here. It's not that I haven't thought about it. It's not that I haven't thought about it, because I have. It's just that when I thought about it, it wasn't with like in-game gold, right? In the sense that like if I wanted to make something that players could essentially obtain for their character, I probably would make it available for, like, bits or something like that, like, which I don't know how to. I don't necessarily know how to do that right now. Is by the way, I think that's an important thing. Is I don't have a way to do that presently, but it is a thing that I have thought about. Also, I'm noticing, by the way, your character's leveling up, but it's not, or maybe I just don't have the, yeah, I don't have the data here. Huh. I'll have to check that later. More, you can't join while there's already a thing going on. You have to wait. You have to do it when it says join now. Yeah, no. So I don't have a line in the database. It should be advancing your HP with every level, but I don't know that it is. That's because I don't have a line on my database for that. That's a thing I gotta fix. Well, that's another thing that I'll have to fix then. You guys are just not, like, you guys gotta, you're not with it today. Liz, sorry. Sorry. Well, I wouldn't bank on it being a what's it called, a permanent thing, because yeah, you guys are just gonna fuck up my system. Yes, that is a bug that I am going to be fixing soon. The next time I sit down to do some development work, I will be removing the ability for people to join their own adventure. Right now, it just there's just no check to make sure that people that only like I believe right now I have to look in the code, but I believe the way it works is the person who starts the adventure is not saved as a user ID, so it it doesn't technically bar a second person from or bar them from joining. I'm gonna have to fix that. That's not how that works. If you want to equip items, it's in your inventory. You either double click the item or you drag it to the appropriate slot. And that's how you equip gear. Nothing is done with chat command. That's no nothing is controlled via a chat command. No, there are no chat commands. But yeah, if you guys are engaging with this project, this little game, feel free to in Discord go to the it's the what is it, Stream RPG channel, and either post any bugs that you encounter or just anything that you think, any feedback, anything that you think would make it something that is more fun or just more enjoyable for you guys to use. Because look, I'm not making this yes, I understand that this is probably something that only I care about, but realistically, this is a project for you guys. This is meant to be something that you guys can play with and have fun with while I'm working. So your feedback is appreciated. Dude, it's actually wild how just adding green to the metal color makes it like so much more. It makes it feel so much more reflective. It's kind of wild. I don't understand what the cause of that is, but it's like all you got to do is you just throw green in there, and all of a sudden it's reflective. Little green. A little brown. Yeah, but I mean, like, the thing is, mostly the default is just gonna be like you know, you're just gonna put like, okay, it's reflecting white, you know, or reflecting blue, which is the sky. But you gotta, like, if you just add some you know, some ground value in there, all of a sudden it changes the whole dynamic. Like a little bit of green, a little bit of pink is the secret sauce. That's the secret. That's the sauce right there. Throw that in. Levels it up. Goes from like whatever to, you know, that actually kind of looks like metal. And then, you know, a little bit of that. A little bit of this. Inventory scrolling is working. Yep. That is a thing that I personally tested. I know it's surprising, but I did actually do some testing on my own. Right, but there so yes and no. Um I mean, there are thankfully some things that are at least going to be consistent, and that's so everything that's happening in the everything that's happening in the extension panel, it's like the file can only it only works one way. All right, so the file is always gonna the pro or the code for the panel is always going to be the same, and the only thing that it's different that is going to be different is the information about the user that it's importing, right? So it's like if the panel works for me, it's also going to work for you because it's the same code being served. And the only thing that's going to change is that it's calling your specific account information from the database, which means the database stores what items, like what loot items you've gotten and stuff like that. And then it's gonna, so it calls that, and then it just populates that. Just realized I'm doing this wrong. Actually, we've already sort of decided the highlight goes on this side. And then fine. Ah! Hello? Why is my alerts not going off? Hello? Hello? Wait, why is my... Hold on. Hold on a second. Why is my thing broken? Let me test this. Hello, Steve. How's it going? Huh. My thing is not working. My thing is not working. I'll test it again. What about now? There we go. Hello, hello. How's it going, man? I wanted to get the sound. The sound has to play. How are you doing, man? How was your stream? Oh my god. It's no match. It's no match. How was your stream? Welcome on in. How you doing, my friend? We're doing okay. I'm doing all right. I'm just sort of chipping my way through this painting to try and get some stuff done today. Let's kind of see. We're just doing a lot of rendering stuff today. So just cleaning up some bits, adding some details, and trying to get stuff finalized. And then I've got some other stuff on my desk. How was your stream? How's your painting going? How's everything? And welcome on in, friends. If you were coming in from Steve's chat, I hope you guys are having a nice day. I hope you had a good time over there. I hope we kept you entertained. If we've never met before, hi, my name is Askren. I'm a fantasy artist. I make art for tabletop games and stuff. I'm currently working on this, and then this is sort of the other project that I currently have on my desk, or the other multi-project. So this is just a postcard that I'm currently working on. That's gonna go together with my prints and stuff. So this is a little postcard thing I'm working on, and then I have a cover art project that I am currently waiting on sort of approvals for, so I can start doing a proper sketch through. As I did a bunch of different designs and stuff over here, but that's currently what we're working on today. Very cool, very cool. I look forward to seeing it when it's done. man, I am tired. I'm a little tired. I need a nap. I gotta be up at 3 o'clock today, like this evening, or 3 o'clock in the morning to take my parents to the airport. That's gonna be fun. But I hope you guys are doing well. If you got a raid and run, man, I understand. Hope you have a fantastic evening. Hope everything is all good for you. I am going to keep painting. My our friends here on stream are just messing around with this this game that I built. That is just a you know, just a fun little distraction that I built for stream, and they seem to be enjoying it. I guess they seem to be having fun with it. Throw some smoothing on there just so I can better line. There we go. A little bright, but it's okay. Okay. However, speaking of, I think I'm probably gonna go to the 5-hour mark, and then I'm gonna have to call it a stream because I need food. I am starving, and I need something to eat, man. And there is Chinese food in the other room that is calling to me. It is just, I can hear it calling my name. I can hear it calling in the air tonight. Oh Lord. I know that's not how that song goes, but still. You get my point. Oh, sweet. I don't even have to say this up, set this up. Yes. Set as default. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, Sorrow, I know that's a bug that I have to fix, is that when the it I would say when the player, like the party dies, but that's technically gonna happen every time because like the game is literally like it runs until everyone in the party dies. So the the enemies are always gonna sort of look like they're coming back with you to camp. Essentially, that's a thing I'm gonna have to fix. And unfortunately, it's just gonna keep stacking. So, it's just something I have to fix sometime soon, which I'll probably work on. Like, I'll probably work on this week. Right now, I'm just stacking different like different bugs that happen during play, so I can put them in my list of things to fix. Let us stretch. I will be right back. My legs are killing me. And by the way, if you guys are hanging out, if you're chilling with me or spending some time or whatever, I appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a nice, you're having a nice Wednesday. Hope everything's going well for you. And I'm not just saying that to be nice. I really do hope you're doing well. In fact, I'm not saying that to be nice. I'm not nice. Don't ever think that I am. Don't you dare imply that I am nice. Oh. We're gonna be coming up on 5 hours in a second here, and I haven't eaten anything today, so I for sure that's gonna be where I'm gonna hang it up for the evening. So let me throw a save on there. And then I think we'll finish that. We'll be able to finish this up in like 1 or 2 more sessions. But I think that's gonna be it for me. Before I do go though, hang out with me for 2 seconds. And by 2 seconds, I mean a couple minutes. Cause I wanna find someone to raid and all that. But thank you guys for hanging out, man. If you guys have not already, please do me a favor and follow the stream, follow the channel. I'm here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, making fantasy art, working on illustrations and stuff. So yeah, come hang out, join the Discord if you want. I'm currently working on a that thing that you see down in the corner, which is an RPG game that I'm building for for the channel. So you can come hang out on Discord and see how progress on that is going, and I don't know, post memes, ask questions, help, bug tests, whatever you want to do. And if you like my work, check out my link. I do be having links. Let's find someone we can raid, huh? How's that sound? Who's online that I can raid? It's Steve, but I've raided Steve recently. Maybe someone doing something new. Maybe someone I've never met before. Let's see. Anyone doing anything fantasy art? Oh. Well, I stretch and I don't know, man. I don't know, man. So this always takes me a while. Well, I have to scroll through all the channels. And then I gotta sit through giggity goddamn fucking ads. Okay, that's not so much. Or maybe, I don't know. Not so much. you know what? I don't know what's going on, but I like this person. They got something going on. So, all right, I'm gonna drop you off. I'm gonna drop you guys off here. Don't know who this is. Never met him before. But I'm gonna send you over there because they look like they're working on some art. Do me a favor, and I don't know, throw yourselves in there. Say hello. You know, post some emotes in chat. Say hi. All that good stuff. I will see you guys not tomorrow, probably not tomorrow, Friday for sure. I'll see you guys on Friday, and then maybe over the weekend we'll work on some more stuff. Join the raid. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. I will see you around. Till next time, have a fantastic evening. Good night, my friends. Good night.